House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 3, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Kennedy to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair now recognizes members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virginia Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of Virgin Islands History Month, a time to honor the extraordinary story of a people whose courage, resilience, and sacrifice have shaped not only our beautiful islands, but this great nation itself. 108 years ago, on March 31st, 1917, the islands of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John were transferred from Denmark to the United States in the costliest per-acre land purchase in American history. The $25 million in gold bullion paid for our islands was shipped to Copenhagen from the United States. No provisions were made for the people who live there. No vote was taken by Virgin Islanders themselves. Many great nations and conquerors have tried to keep us voiceless, marginalized, and yet strong, good, blessed people can never be kept down. We have always found a way from our beginning until today. Virgin Islanders have always been revolutionary. From the very first recorded history of our islands, the people of II, present-day St. Croix, met Columbus with the first armed resistance in the so-called New World. In the 1700s, the Aquamu people of St. John held their freedom for almost a year, forcing colonial powers to bring an armada to break their hold. In 1848, we became one of only 2 places in the Western Hemisphere to gain freedom from direct, violent overthrow of enslavement. Our islands gave this nation Alexander Hamilton, who learned his genius for finance in the merchant house of St. Croix, from African counting systems, Dutch ledgers, and others. We have given the United States Abraham Marco, the designer of the 13 stripes in the American flag. Denmark Vesey gave up his freedom in pursuit of liberation in South Carolina. Edward Wilmot Blyden, our son, the father of Pan-Africanism. Camille Pissarro, the founder of Impressionism. William Leidesdorff, the early pioneer and founder of present-day San Francisco. In the mid-1900s, Virgin Islanders came to Washington and petitioned to be included in the draft, asking to send our sons to defend a country that would not yet defend us. We have given America generals, diplomats, statesmen, scientists, artists, and athletes. We have sacrificed in military service at 3 times the national average. Fighting for a commander-in-chief we do not elect. I am a limited voting delegate. I serve on committees, I fight for my constituents, I show up every single day. But when the final vote is called on legislation that will directly affect my people, the people of the Virgin Islands, I cannot cast a vote. We are full Americans in responsibility, partial Americans in right. That must change. Our territory has faced enormous challenges. Hurricanes Irma and Maria devastated our infrastructure, tested the will of our people. We still rebuild. We are fighting for SSI expansion so that elderly and disabled Virgin Islanders receive the same federal safety net their fellow Americans on the mainland receive. We are fighting for inclusion of territories in federal programs that every other American takes for granted. We are fighting, as we have always fought, for the full promise of an American dream to extend to our shores. And we have tools now that our ancestors did not. Federal investment in our ports, our energy grid, our schools, community project funding, a growing network of advocates. But tools are only as powerful as the hands that wield them. So we observe Virgin Islands History Month. I want to speak directly to every Virgin Islanders. We are the descendants of people who refuse to accept their circumstances as permanent. We are the heirs of a revolutionary tradition that predates this republic, and we have the power to reimagine and rebuild a Virgin Islands that our ancestors would recognize as worthy of everything they endured. That means engaging fully in our democracy at every level. It means electing leaders who will fight for territorial equity. It means our young people pursuing education and eventually returning home to lead. It means our businesses innovating, our farmers growing, artists creating, community organizations building, and it means a local government managing systems that work for all and not just benefit a few. It means demanding loudly, persistently, with history behind us, and without cowering for fear, that this nation treat the people of the territories as full and equal American citizens we are. Let us celebrate in our actions Virgin Islands History Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will receive a message.
Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 2245, an act to amend the Digital Coast Act to improve the acquisition, integration, and accessibility of data of the Digital Coast program and to extend the program, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my deep concern over the lapse in funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Every single day that we fail to provide DHS with the necessary resources, the risks facing the American people dramatically increase. The security of our homeland should never be a bargaining chip. Instead of prioritizing the safety of the American people, Democrats have chosen to weaponize the appropriations process for political leverage. This is not how our democracy was founded to operate. Americans continue to bear the consequences of Democrats engaging in political theater. As we return to the floor for a vote, members of Congress must set aside partisan agendas and personal politics. Our first duty is to protect the citizens that we serve. With the war in Iran, we have watched an increase in global instability. In moments like this, we should be strengthening our homeland security posture and not allowing it to lapse. An unfunded Department of Homeland Security sends the wrong message to our adversaries and leaves our homeland vulnerable. It is neither a safe or a responsible act. It is a failure of Congress not to have met one of its most fundamental obligations. The American people deserve better. The American people deserve leadership that puts their safety first. It is time to end the theatrics. It is time to fund DHS. It is time to fulfill and protect this nation. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a native of McConnellsburg, Pennsylvania, Jordan Ott, who is a head coach of the Phoenix Suns. As a three-sport athlete at McConnellsburg High School, Coach Ott has always dreamt of working for a professional sports team. And that goal was recognized in 2013 when he joined the Atlanta Hawks as a video coordinator. Coach Ott went on to serve as an assistant coach with 3 NBA teams. Last June, he was hired as the head coach of the Suns, where he was named NBA's Western Conference Coach of the Month for January. A former high school teammate described Coach Ott as someone who will accomplish everything and take credit for nothing. What a coach. That's a character trait worth emulating by individuals throughout all of Pennsylvania's 13th congressional district. In fact, it's worth emulating throughout all of America. Best wishes to Coach Ott for continued success and that exceeds his incredible expectations that will continue to rise throughout the NBA. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the Snyder family of Bedford County, Pennsylvania, on their selection of their operation as a recipient of the National Beef Quality Assurance Award. Singing Brook Farm is a third-generation farm currently managed by Ross Snyder and his sister, Greta Hallahan. Founded by Obie and Marianne Snyder in 1951, Singing Brook Farms was later operated by their son, Bruce. Notably, Singing Brook Farms is an established leader in education and advocacy. Congratulations to the Snyder family on receiving the National Beef Quality Assurance Award. Your commitment to agriculture continues to benefit all of the constituents of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is with pride that I rise to honor the Claysburg-Kimmel Elementary first LEGO League team that captured the championship in the Best Robot Design category during recent competition. What is most impressive about the achievement of these 5th and 6th graders is that they were the first LEGO club at Claysburg-Kimmel Elementary that only formed last fall. During the competition, students demonstrated their robot creations and offered presentations on how their robots would function in real-world settings. Congratulations to this team from Claysburg-Kimmel, their teachers and coaches, Susan Wicker and Brandon Ickes, as well as elementary school principal Kevin Edmondson and Superintendent Darren McLaurin on this incredible achievement. Best wishes for continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today at an inflection point for our nation and the world. Both here, at home, and abroad, families are facing the crushing weight of Donald Trump's chaotic and cruel leadership. At home, inflation is driving up costs around the country, and my neighbors are struggling to afford their utility bills, their health insurance, and their groceries. In cities across our country, masked paramilitary agents are brutally murdering American citizens, disappearing immigrants without due process, and acting with cheered-on cruelty that mirrors a secret police force. Overseas, this president has launched more military strikes against more countries than any president in history. He's circumventing Congress and ignoring international rules. He's emboldening authoritarians and insulting our allies. And just this past weekend, the United States began yet another war of choice in the Middle East based on misrepresented intelligence and uncertain objectives. Already 6 Americans have tragically died in this avoidable conflict. Whether a full-scale ground war unfolds now or not, this president's shoot first, ask questions later foreign policy inevitably leads to one place globally: death, destruction, and destabilization. Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 250th year since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. In the century and a half since, our country has faced several inflection points. In each one, we are faced with a choice. Do we destroy or do we build? Do we destroy our union, our Constitution, and our democracy? Or do we choose to build a more perfect union? We seem to face one of these inflection points every 80 years, when the last living memory of the previous inflection point fades as the last generation that remembers it disappears. When living memory of the revolution faded, we faced a civil war. 80 years after that, as a Great Depression raged, many in America called for a dictator to emulate the strong men in Europe. And now, as we lose the last of the greatest generation, we are once again seeing destroyers calling into question our democracy. Destroyers, they thrive in a culture of cynicism. They exploit it for their own gain. They want to destroy our government and sell it for parts. They want to destroy our attention span and mine what little remains for advertising dollars. They want to destroy housing and healthcare so that they can consolidate power by doling out the scraps. They want to destroy jobs and the American worker by unleashing unregulated technology that leaves the rich richer and everyone else behind. They want to destroy international institutions and rules so that the strong can plunder the weak. And perhaps most dangerously, they want to destroy the central ingredient of our democracy, our hope in a better future and our faith in one another. For that is the bedrock of democracy, that faith that things can change because people can change. And in this world where it feels like every force is pulling us apart, where the platforms we live on can leave us feeling like politics and persuasion are pointless, amidst all of that, I have good news. Because while real disagreements exist, and while our politics and this place don't always bring out the best in us, I see every day back in Delaware that we are not as divided as the algorithms make it seem. Whether I'm meeting with healthcare providers or educators, farmers or first responders, students or seniors, whether I'm in red areas or blue areas, I see that people are good and kind and decent. And while it may be easier to destroy, I see that we still have the capacity to build something better. We can build the housing of tomorrow that makes the American dream of home ownership within reach, a healthcare system that allows every American to live and to thrive. We can be truly pro-family by building a cradle-through-career support system with paid leave, universal childcare, and strong public schools so that it's actually affordable to start a family. We can build an economy of the future that protects workers and guarantees that the new prosperity made possible by new technologies are shared by the many, not concentrated with the few. We can do hard things, Mr. Speaker, if we are willing to do the hard work of hope, the hard work of change-making, of choosing grace over grievance, of learning from history so that we are not doomed to relive it. Because if there's one enduring truth, Mr. Speaker, it's that we can still tap people's better angels if we choose to see them. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, have mercy upon us. As nation rises against nation and kingdom against kingdom, as famines and tragedies surround us, let us not be distressed or deceived. For it is in times like these, when wars and rumors of wars overwhelm our sense of certainty and security, that we lose sight of your righteousness and doubt your hand in our lives. Lord, have mercy upon us. Show us what right is. For far more righteous than our attempts at vengeance and far more just than our own sense of justice is your holy wrath and judgment against all that undermines your design for peace and amity, even among enemies. Lord, have mercy upon us. Deliver us from the suffering that wars inflict upon the innocent and the upright. Preserve them from becoming collateral damage, too often the ill-considered cost of conflict. Lord, have mercy upon us. Keep in your everlasting care those who serve on the front lines, who fight for freedom and defend the right to live in safety and security. Lord, have mercy upon us. Speak your word of truth to the leaders who wield the power to bring conflict to an end. Inspire in them a deep desire to listen for and to yield to your will. Lord, have mercy upon us and grant us your peace in these days. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order at any time to consider H-Con Res. 38 in the House, if called up by the Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee, that the concurrent resolution be considered as read, and that the previous question be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion, except for 2 hours of debate equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or the respective designee.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as part of my statewide End Hunger Now tour, I recently visited growing places in Gardner, Massachusetts, with my friend, Representative Laurie Trahan. Under the incredible leadership of Ann Yeagle, Growing Places is building a regional food system in north-central Massachusetts. By utilizing its new commercial kitchen to clean, chop, and dehydrate local produce, the food center is helping farmers bring their fruits and vegetables to market while also expanding access to nutritious food across our region. Laurie and I heard directly from community members that Growing Places is helping them eat more nutritiously, particularly amid sky-high food prices caused by Trump's awful economy. That's why it's hard to understand why the Trump administration has slashed local food programs that make local food more accessible. Mr. Speaker, if we want to make food more affordable, if we want to support our farmers, if we want to make the lives of working families easier, it's time to reverse and the devastating cuts to SNAP and reinstate local food programs and help to end hunger now.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we'll be talking about the Iran war this week, but something that's not getting enough attention right now is the 300,000 U.S. citizens in the region right now who are stranded because we sent all this firepower to the region, and if we're going to attack Iran, why didn't we have a plan to get American citizens out of the region? Someone just asked President Trump that question, and here's what he said. Well, because it happened all very quickly, I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked, they were going to attack Iran. I don't even know what that means, but what I think is that with all that military firepower in the region, we could have given them a little bit of warning, or at least more than just what we gave them. And instead, only now are they being told to evacuate the region, with one caveat, though. You're on your own, because there's barely any commercial flights going in and out of the region, and while hotels are being attacked and everything appears to be a target, this administration is not doing enough to help. We should have seen this coming, so why aren't we valuing American lives more in the region? The administration is just telling them tough luck. And this should be a national priority, and if we're going to spend billions on jets and bombs, we can afford to evacuate American citizens.
The gentleman's time has expired.
We need to get serious right now protecting Americans in the Middle East.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eastern North Carolina is on the rise. Exciting investments are transforming our communities and creating new opportunities for young people and hard-working families. U.S. Forest Rings is investing $875 million in Hertford County, creating 625 new jobs and revitalizing our economy. In Edgecombe County, Amazon is bringing good-paying jobs, and LS Cable and System USA is fortifying our manufacturing sector with a $50 million investment and 85 new jobs. Clearly, the momentum is undeniable. These are more than just investments. These represent real opportunities. Together, we are reshaping our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows: directing the Committee on Ethics to preserve and publicly release records of the committee's review of violations or alleged violations of Clause 9 as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment. And Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, whereas there is no place for sexual harassment or unwelcome sexual advances in the House of Representatives. Whereas Clause 9 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House provide member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House may not discharge and may not refuse to hire an individual or otherwise discriminate against an individual with respect to compensation, terms, conditions, or privileges of employment because of the race, color, religion, sex, including marital or parental status, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, age, or national origin of such individual, including by committing an act of sexual harassment against such individual. Whereas Clause 18A of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House provides a, quote, member, delegate, or resident commissioner may not engage in a sexual relationship with any employee of the House who works under the supervision of the member, delegate, or resident commissioner, or who is an employee of a committee on which the member, delegate, or resident commissioner serves. Whereas Clause 18B of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House provides a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House may not engage in unwelcome sexual advances or conduct towards another member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House. Whereas sexual harassment and unwelcome sexual advances by members, delegates, or resident commissioners in violation of Clause 9 and Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House affect the safety, dignity, and integrity of the proceedings of the House of Representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Committee on Ethics shall, 1, preserve all documents and investigative materials related to any violations or alleged violations of Clause 9 as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment, Clause 18, or any other clause to the extent an act of sexual harassment, unwelcome sexual advance, or sexual assault constituted a violation or alleged violation of such clause of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House by a member, delegate, or resident commissioner, and number 2, not later than 60 days after the date of the adoption of this resolution, make publicly available all final reports, and in such cases where there is not a final report, the most recent draft report, conclusions, recommendations, exhibits, and attached or accompanying materials with the personally identifiable information of victims, alleged victims, and witnesses redacted, related to the committee's investigations into violations of alleged violations of Clause 9 as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment, Clause 18, or any other clause to the extent an act of sexual harassment, unwelcome sexual advance, or sexual assault constituted a violation or alleged violation of such clause of Rule 23 by a member, a delegate, or resident commissioner. And I yield back.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution presented by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6365 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 437, H.R. 6365, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to issue a right-of-way for an emergency exit on certain National Park Service land in the state of Virginia and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6365, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 6365, the Wintergreen Emergency Egress Act, introduced by Representative John McGuire of Virginia. This bill accomplishes something very simple and very important. It directs the Department of the Interior to issue a narrow right-of-way so the Wintergreen community in Virginia can complete an emergency-only evacuation route. Wintergreen is a mountain community located near the Blue Ridge Parkway with one road in and one road out. That single access point serves year-round residents, seasonal visitors, and first responders. Over the past decade, the community has grown from 150 to 500 residents, not including seasonal visitors, and the risk tied to having only one exit has grown along with it. In recent years, we have seen what happens when communities lack sufficient options to escape during emergencies. Fires in places like Paradise, California, and Lahaina, Hawaii, demonstrate how quickly evacuation routes can become overwhelmed and congested, endangering residents and first responders alike. For Wintergreen, this is not about building a new public road. The community is proposing a second emergency-only route that follows an existing dirt path on National Park Service land. It would only require a short 30 feet of gravel to make the road usable for emergency vehicles. The community has already built the road on non-federal land and has spent years working through the federal process. The only remaining piece is a small segment of federal land that cannot move forward under current National Park Service regulations. H.R. 6365 offers a straightforward solution by directing the Secretary of the Interior to issue this vital right-of-way after required reviews are completed and reported to Congress. This is a targeted fix to a real safety problem. Representative McGuire's legislation improves evacuation planning, helps first responders, and does so with very minimal impact to federal land. I commend Representative McGuire for his leadership on this issue and advocacy on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The community of Wintergreen, Virginia is located in the Blue Ridge Mountains next to the popular Wintergreen Resort. It has a year-round population of 500 and a seasonal peak of almost 10,000. However, Wintergreen has only one road that leads in and out of the community. In an emergency situation, this is a major safety risk that could be catastrophic for Wintergreen's residents and visitors. H.R. 6365 addresses this problem by allowing a 400-foot-long single-lane gravel road connecting Wintergreen to the Blue Ridge Parkway, providing a secondary exit route in the case of an emergency. After completing the relevant environmental reviews, the National Park Service will be authorized to issue a right-of-way for the road. This is a common-sense bill that will improve public safety and make minimal changes to the surrounding natural area. I want to extend my gratitude to Representative McGuire and the senators from Virginia for introducing this legislation to help Wintergreen's residents and visitors. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 6365. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 6365, the Wintergreen Emergency Egress Act. Wintergreen, Virginia is a popular tourist destination located off the Blue Ridge Parkway in my district. Wintergreen is one of the largest planned communities in Virginia with over 3,000 properties situated on 11,000 acres. The risk of wildfires was not top of mind when this mountain-type community was designed in the 1970s. and the original developers did not reserve an emergency egress corridor before conveying a few thousand acres of unneeded land to the Appalachian Trail Commission. Because of this, Wintergreen only has one entrance and one exit route. As awareness of wildfire risk grew, the community of Wintergreen was placed on the Virginia Department of Forestry's radar as a wildland-urban interface community with a high risk of a devastating fire. Since becoming aware of the increased risk of wildfire, the community has worked steadily to mitigate that risk. However, an emergency egress is still needed. For over 25 years, and working with 5 other members of Congress, the Wintergreen community has fought to complete an emergency evacuation route. The town of Wintergreen has already constructed all portions of the road that is not on federal land. Unfortunately, the only thing that has stood in their way all these years is a small portion or a small section of National Park Service controlled land, approximately 400 feet, that separates the unfinished road from being connected to the Blue Ridge Parkway. The recent wildfires in California and Maui highlight the danger posed by limited evacuation routes. People lost their lives in those fires because they were trapped in their vehicles with no way to escape. My bill is a proactive response to the very real threat to public safety that the town of Wintergreen currently faces if it needed to evacuate due to a natural disaster. We cannot wait until a tragedy occurs to make a change. Public safety and lives are at risk. The Wintergreen community, including Mr. Curtis Sheets, Chief of Wintergreen Fire and Rescue, has spent over 25 years fighting for the completion of this emergency evacuation route. I am proud to assist the entire Wintergreen community in continuing and finishing this fight. I'm proud to have bipartisan support of 7 of my colleagues in the Virginia delegation. This bill is not political, it is a common sense solution that is vital to preventing a tragedy in my district. I'd like to thank Chairman Westerman for his friendship and leadership in helping me address this important issue for my district. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 6365. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank Representative McGuire for his leadership on the Wintergreen Emergency Egress Act. Again, the bill addresses a clear safety risk with a narrow 30-foot wide easement and a practical solution. It allows a small emergency-only connection to move forward while keeping environmental reviews and oversight in place. This will help every resident and tourist who appreciates the beauty of Wintergreen, Virginia. It will keep them safe in the event of a natural disaster. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6365, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6365 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5910.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 388, H.R. 5910, a bill to authorize leases of up to 99 years for land held in trust for federally recognized Indian tribes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5910, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
H.R. 5910, introduced by Representative Hageman of Wyoming, would amend the Long-Term Leasing Act to authorize all federally recognized Indian tribes to lease land held in trust for up to 99 years. Under current law, Indian trust lands may generally be leased for up to 25 years with one additional 25-year renewal term. While Congress has repeatedly amended the Act to authorize specific tribes to enter 99-year leases, this authority is not uniformly available across Indian country. As a result, tribes must often seek separate legislation to obtain the same long-term leasing authority that others already possess. Lease terms of up to 99 years are frequently necessary to support major commercial development and secure private financing. Without long-term certainty, lenders and investors may be reluctant to commit capital to projects on trust land. H.R. 5910 addresses this issue by extending 99-year leasing authority to all federally recognized tribes, eliminating the need for tribe-by-tribe amendments while maintaining the Secretary of the Interior's approval requirement. This approach promotes parity, reduces administrative delays, and supports economic development in tribal communities. I commend Ms. Hageman for advancing legislation that promotes consistency and opportunity across Indian country. I support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has a long history of restricting the autonomy of tribal nations, and it is reflected throughout federal Indian law. Many laws on the books, even if they were well-intended, have created barriers to tribal sovereignty and self-determination. The Long-Term Leasing Act is one of these laws. It authorizes tribal nations to enter into lease agreements for up to 25 years with the option to renew for an additional 25 years. A 25-year lease is often too short to provide the certainty necessary for development in Indian country, where long-term investments in housing and infrastructure are critical to supporting tribal communities. Congress has repeatedly recognized this problem and addressed it piecemeal, passing individual bills for over 50 tribes to authorize lease terms of up to 99 years. H.R. 5910 would extend the authority to enter into 99-year lease agreements to all federally recognized tribes. This will provide a uniform standard that better respects tribal sovereignty. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 5910, which amends the Long-Term Leasing Act to authorize any federally recognized Indian tribe to lease land held in trust for its benefit for up to 99 years. With the enactment of the Non-Intercourse Act in 1834, tribal land transactions have generally required congressional authorization. In 1955, however, Congress passed the Long-Term Leasing Act, authorizing tribal lands held in trust to be leased by the tribal owner for non-grazing purposes for up to 25 years, subject to approval from the Secretary of the Interior. These leases may be renewed for one additional term of up to 25 years, which could allow for a total lease time of up to 50 years. It is becoming abundantly clear that longer-term leasing is needed to assist with tribal economic development. For example, lease terms of 99 years are often needed for long-term commercial projects and financing arrangements. But requiring tribes to come to Congress for enactment of a new authorization slows the process to the detriment of the tribe. Although Congress has acted more than 50 times to allow for lease terms greater than 25 years, more autonomy and flexibility is needed. H.R. 5910 amends the Long-Term Leasing Act to grant 99-year lease authority over trust lands for any tribe that desires its ability. Tribes know best what is in their interests, and this bill gives them additional authority to meet those needs. By proactively extending this long-term leasing authority to tribes, Congress can empower them to pursue longer agreements that drive long-term investment, job creation, and economic opportunity in their communities. These goals simply cannot be achieved under the current statute. At its core, H.R. 5910 would update existing law to better align with modern business practices, reduce time-consuming bureaucracy tribes must go through, and allow each federally recognized tribe to determine what lease authorities are best for them and their members. I want to thank Rep. Ledger Fernandez for her continued co-leadership on this important piece of legislation, and Chairman Westerman for our Natural Resource Committee's focus on tribal autonomy and economic development. I encourage all of my colleagues to support H.R. 5910, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, again, H.R. 5910 ensures that all federally recognized tribes have equal access to long-term leasing authority necessary for economic development and financing. By extending 99-year leasing authority across all of Indian country, this bill promotes fairness, efficiency, and investment in tribal communities. I again want to thank Congresswoman Hageman for her leadership on this issue. I urge the passage of 5910, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5910? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3903 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 386, H.R. 3903, a bill to exchange non-federal land held by the Chugach, Alaska Corporation for certain federal land in the Chugach region and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 3903, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
H.R. 3903, the Chugach, Alaska Land Exchange Oil Spill Recovery Act of 2025, sponsored by Congressman Begich, would authorize the exchange of 231,000 subsurface acres currently held by the Chugach, Alaska Corporation for approximately 65,374 acres of federal land in the Chugach region. Following the 1989 Exxon Valdez oil spill in Prince William Sound, extensive conservation land acquisitions created split estate ownership in which the federal government holds surface ownership while the Chugach, Alaska Corporation holds subsurface ownership. The split estate ownership precluded the Chugach, Alaska Corporation from exercising its property rights, restricted shareholder economic opportunities, and complicated federal land management by dividing subsurface and surface ownership. H.R. 3903 authorizes a negotiated exchange to consolidate federal ownership of surface and subsurface estate while conveying culturally significant, economically viable, and accessible lands to the Chugach, Alaska Corporation. The bill will streamline federal land management and reduce checkerboard land ownership while promoting self-determination and economic development for Alaska Natives. Ms. Sherry Beretta, chairman of the board of the Chugach, Alaska Corporation, testified last year to the Committee on Natural Resources that this bill is, quote, a solution rooted in fairness, parity, and respect. It is the fulfillment of a promise made half a century ago. The Alaska Native corporations like Chugach will be able to use our lands as a foundation for economic growth and cultural preservation, end quote. She went on to say that, quote, for Alaska Native peoples, land is not a commodity, it is our identity, our history, and our future, end quote. I appreciate Ms. Beretta and the Chugach people for their work to address this matter. I also applaud Mr. Begich for working diligently with his constituents to develop and move this important legislation. I support the bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3903, a bill to address the longstanding split estate challenges in the Chugach region of Alaska. Under the Alaskan Native Claims Settlement Act, Alaskan Native corporations, including the Chugach Alaskan Corporation, were promised lands of cultural and economic importance. However, Chugach only received a fraction of their traditional lands along with the subsurface rights beneath lands convened to the village corporations. Following the devastating Exxon Valdez oil spill in 1989, which released more than 11 million gallons of crude oil into Alaska's coastline, the federal government established the Trustee Council to manage settlement funds. These funds were used to purchase surface lands from the village corporation for conservation purposes. While the federal government acquired surface rights, Chugach retained the subsurface rights for approximately 230,000 acres, creating a split estate that has complicated land management and restricted Chugach's ability to manage their resources and land. H.R. 3903 would authorize a land exchange between the Chugach and the United States, allowing Chugach to exchange their current subsurface rights for surface and subsurface rights to approximately 65,000 acres of federal lands within the region. The Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act was enacted to resolve Alaska Native land claims and support self-determination. This bill would advance these goals by consolidating land ownership, improving conservation management, and providing Chugach greater control over their lands and resources. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the lead sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3903, the Chugach-Alaska Land Exchange Oil Spill Recovery Act, a bill I introduced to right an historic wrong that has gone unresolved for more than 3 decades. Nearly 40 years ago, an oil tanker ran aground in Prince William Sound, spilling 11 million gallons of crude oil across 1,300 miles of pristine Alaskan coastline. In the aftermath, the federal government used settlement funds to acquire roughly 231,000 acres of surface land for conservation. But it never acquired the subsurface rights underneath. Those belong to Chugach Alaska Corporation under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. The result was a split estate. The federal government owned the surface, Chugach owned the subsurface, and neither side could act. Conservation goals were incomplete, and Chugach's Alaska Native shareholders were locked out of their lands. This bill fixes that. Under H.R. 3903, Chugach trades its 231,000 acres of unusable subsurface estate, land beneath federal conservation holdings that cannot be practically developed, in exchange for approximately 65,000 acres of fee simple land identified by the Bureau of Land Management as economically viable and culturally significant. Through this action, the federal footprint in Alaska is actually reduced by 65,000 acres. Not 1 acre is added to the federal estate. This is a true win-win. It perfects the conservation purpose of the original oil spill recovery program by unifying the surface and subsurface estates. And it finally gives Chugach Alaska Corporation and its Native shareholders the opportunity for the foundation that ANCSA intended. Congress recognized this problem in 2019 when it directed the Department of the Interior to study this issue. The BLM delivered its report in 2022, confirming the conflict and identifying lands for exchange. This legislation is built on those findings, the product of years of work by Chugach Alaska Corporation, by the Alaska Delegation, through bipartisan work in the House Natural Resources Committee and this body. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Chugach region have waited 36 years for this resolution, and this bill delivers it. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3903. I thank the House Natural Resources Committee for its unanimous bipartisan support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3903 aligns federal surface and subsurface ownership of conservation lands while resolving a decades-old problem by authorizing a land exchange between the Chugach Alaska Corporation and the federal government. I urge passage of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3903 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5419 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 441, H.R. 5419, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture to develop a plan for ensuring timely review of communications use authorizations and for other purposes.
This is the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 5419, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5419, the Enhancing Administrative Reviews for Broadband Deployment Act, introduced by Representative Keene. In today's economy, broadband is a necessity, not a luxury. An affordable connection to high-speed internet is critical, particularly for rural communities that rely on the internet for telehealth opportunities, public safety updates, and online learning. Yet in too many rural and tribal communities, reliable broadband is still costly, rare, or even non-existent. Building networks across rural America presents many challenges due to low population density, vast distances, and rugged terrain. To reach these areas, broadband developers must install infrastructure on federal lands managed by the Departments of the Interior or the U.S. Forest Service. But too often, the federal permitting process adds unnecessary cost and years of delay, sometimes taking 5 to 10 years to complete a single broadband project. That's because broadband providers seeking to connect households and businesses face layered permitting requirements, redundant reviews, and spotty coordination among federal land management agencies when applying for broadband land use authorizations. This uncertainty drives up costs and causes rural areas to lag behind urban and suburban areas in connectivity, exacerbating the digital divide. H.R. 5419 takes a practical approach to this problem. Representative Keene's legislation recognizes that funding alone cannot connect our rural communities when the permitting process is still broken. This bill focuses on fixing what's actually delaying broadband deployment by requiring agencies to identify and report on permitting bottlenecks, coordination deficiencies, and bureaucratic redundancies that impede the efficient processing of broadband land use authorizations. The bill is an important first step in making the federal government a better partner in getting modern infrastructure to the communities that need it most. I thank Representative Keene for his leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5419, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 5419 directs the Department of the Interior and the U.S. Forest Service to evaluate policies, rules, and regulations related to the siting and permitting of broadband infrastructure on public lands. This bill is a common sense step to help update and modernize our broadband infrastructure. Public lands host a lot of communications infrastructure that Americans rely on every day to connect our smartphones, laptops, and television. Broadband isn't just for entertainment. It's what people use to do their jobs, access health care, and file their taxes. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, Oregon recently received federal approval to move forward with the largest broadband infrastructure investment in our state's history. This will connect over 100,000 unserved and underserved Oregonian households and businesses to affordable, high-speed, and reliable internet services. However, in states like Oregon and in districts like the one I have the honor to represent, with large amounts of federal land, broadband infrastructure projects often require additional levels of permitting and coordination across local and state federal government. H.R. 5419 will help us look for opportunities to address any broadband permitting barriers and update the rules in a measured and responsible way. This bill will help balance two critical obligations: building out the infrastructure we need for vital technology, and upholding our commitments to the health and stewardship of our public lands. We can and must meet both obligations. I thank my colleague from New Jersey, Representative Keene, for introducing this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 5419. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the lead sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of my legislation, H.R.
5419, the Enhancing Administrative Reviews for Broadband Deployment Act. Even as our world increasingly relies on the internet to access daily needs, communities across the country still lack a reliable wireless connection, especially in the most rural and tribal communities. The process of obtaining permits to improve broadband and communications infrastructure in these areas is often duplicative, inconsistent between agencies, and can set a project back by years. Outdated bureaucratic processes, inefficiencies, and delays should not stand between American communities and access to a reliable internet connection. My legislation directs an interagency review of the procedures used by the Department of the Interior and the Department of Agriculture to process permitting requests for communications infrastructure. This will allow Congress to direct smart, targeted reforms to improve efficiency, timeliness, and to help accelerate access to the internet. For government to work as best and most responsibly, you must invite regular reevaluation of its procedures, judge what works and what doesn't, and implement processes and improvements so that the federal government can better serve American people into the future. This legislation does just that. H.R. 5419 ensures a coordinated interagency approach to making the government run more efficiently so that the federal government is an active participant in, not an obstacle to, bridging the digital divide. I appreciate the partnership of Chairman Westman and bipartisan colleagues as this bill passed through the House Natural Resources Committee earlier this month. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized. Gentleman reserves. You will close. The woman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 5419 is a bill that cuts red tape, streamlines approvals, and accelerates broadband access by addressing the permitting barriers that slow broadband development on federal lands. By identifying areas to improve coordination, reduce onerous reviews, and strengthen the permitting processing at the federal level, this bill will help close the digital divide that exists in rural and tribal communities. Before I close, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to support Representative Keene's legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. All time is yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5419? Those in favor? Amended. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Objection. The title is amended. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 755 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 444, H.R. 755, a bill to amend the Energy Act of 2020 to include critical materials in the definition of critical mineral and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to H.R. 755, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 755, the Critical Mineral Consistency Act, which accomplishes the important task of unifying the U.S. Geological Survey's list of critical minerals and the Department of Energy's list of critical materials. The Energy Act of 2020 defined critical minerals and directed the United States Geological Survey, or USGS, to publish a list of critical minerals every 3 years. The same act directed the Secretary of Energy to develop a critical materials list that includes all the same minerals on the USGS list, but adds, quote, any non-fuel mineral, element, substance, or material that the Secretary of Energy determines has a high risk of supply chain disruption and serves an essential function in one or more energy technologies, including technologies that produce, transmit, store, and conserve energy, end quote. The discrepancies between the list makes it difficult for regulators and producers to determine what emphasis to place on each resource and how to allocate efforts towards resource recovery. H.R. 755, or under H.R. 755, each agency would determine what to include in its own list, but a new combined list is called the Critical Minerals and Materials List, which will be published by the Department of the Interior. Moving forward, all federal agencies will be required to use this unified list when administering programs involving critical minerals or critical materials. These changes promote accessibility, clarity, and consistency for regulators, producers, and members of the public. I thank Representative Ciscomani for his work on this important legislation. I support this common sense bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress codified the critical minerals list in the Energy Act of 2020 to identify which minerals are most important to our economic and national security and at risk of supply chain disruption. The United States Geological Survey was required to create and update that list following a transparent, science-based process. At the same time, Congress directed the Department of Energy to create its own list focusing on critical minerals and materials for energy needs. Both lists provide crucial strategic direction for federal decision makers to secure our most critical and vulnerable supply chains. H.R. 755 provides administrative clarity by creating a unified critical minerals and materials list, which incorporates the list from both USGS and DOE, while allowing the agencies to maintain the scientific integrity of their individual processes. I want to thank the bill sponsors and my colleagues across the aisle for working with the committee Democrats to incorporate changes to the original bill to better coordinate agency analysis without fully losing the individual purpose of the two lists. Unfortunately, a lot of careful policymaking and scientific work to identify critical minerals and materials is actively being undone. First, these lists are only useful if they are unbiased, and the current administration has blatantly violated the law by including coal and uranium in the 2025 USGS critical minerals list, despite the Energy Act of 2020 explicitly prohibiting the inclusion of fuel minerals on the list. They provide no public data or analysis to justify these inclusions or prove whether they meet the Energy Act of 2020's criteria for critical minerals. Political interference in the critical minerals list undermines the United States' economic and national security. We should target federal investments and interventions towards the most important at-risk minerals and materials in supply chains. Additionally, designating minerals and materials as critical only matters if we can actually use these lists and designations. Much of the latest critical minerals legislation that has passed on a partisan basis this Congress actually makes no distinction at all about prioritizing critical minerals. These bills have often provided deregulation across the board to every industry from gold to coal. Again, I do want to thank the majority for working with us on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves time. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the House Natural Resources Committee's Subcommittee on Energy and Minerals Chairman, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 755, the Critical Mineral Consistency Act, introduced by my good friend from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani. The Energy Act of 2020 took a significant first step recognizing the importance of critical minerals and critical materials to the American economy and our strategic national security. While the respective lists developed by the U.S. Geological Survey and the Department of Energy have been helpful in ensuring we have policies in place that increase and stabilize our access to these critical minerals and materials, they're not hitting the mark and require further direction from Congress. The two agencies use different criteria and do not take into consideration the same parameters, sometimes leading to different lists. Notably, the USGS list does not account for forward-looking data and analysis, such as international demand and growth trajectories, which the DOE list does. Currently, DOE automatically adopts any minerals USGS deems critical for their own critical materials list, but it doesn't work the other way around. H.R. 755 fixes this and amends the Energy Act of 2020 to automatically place DOE's deemed materials onto the USGS list. Under this legislation, each agency would still be responsible for reviewing elements under their unique purview based on their own technical expertise. It would simply streamline interagency coordination and ensure USGS is taking into account the full picture and the best, most complete information when developing its critical minerals list. This legislation is a small yet important step in ensuring we have access to the critical minerals and materials that are necessary for our national security, along with our ability to compete and win in this 21st century. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. The gentlewoman from Oregon may close.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman's recognized.
I ask unanimous to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. And I want to say that the chairman who's on the floor is a good friend of mine and one of, I think, our best leaders in the Congress. And I thank him for his continuing efforts and his willing to work together across the aisle. I want to rise, Mr. Speaker, to address the American public, of course, through the Speaker. We are at war, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of this bill, which is a bill on which we all agree. I want to suggest that we also, at this time of crisis, pass something that we all agree on, that we've already voted on, that passed the House. It is legislation which funds Homeland Security. Within that bill are things critically important to the security of our country, particularly at a time like this. Rosa DeLauro, the chair of the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, has a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that funds all of the items on which we agree. That ought to be easy. It particularly ought to be easy at a time of crisis where we're at war and Homeland Security is so important. The bill that Ms. DeLauro has put on the floor would fund the Office of the Secretary and the Executive Management. It would fund Federal Emergency Management Agency. It would fund the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service. It would fund the Coast Guard of the United States. It would fund the Secret Service, charged with the responsibility of defending the President of the United States and other officials. It would fund Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA as it's called, fund Transportation and Security Agency, fund the Science and Technology Directorate, fund Immigration and Customs, It would not fund the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, nor the Customs and Border Protection. Now, they're tied in one bill, but surely, I hoped, Mr. Speaker, my remarks would be compelling without us being at war, which we have been now for, I suppose, almost 96 hours. But certainly at this point in time, we ought to come together at a time when we're at war on things on which we agree. And all of the ones I listed, we've already voted for. They need to be funded. They're critical to our national security. And surely, men and women of goodwill and patriotism should stand for funding things on which we agree. Now, there are two things on which we do not agree. And frankly, our disagreement is not relevant to our national security today or tomorrow or perhaps for at least 24 months. Why? Because ICE and CPB, the Border Patrol, were funded in another bill that has already passed, been signed by the President, and approximately $74.8 billion have been set aside for those two agencies already. So they're operating, and presumably their people are getting paid, because we have already appropriated money for those two. But we have a substantial disagreement on the operations and activities being conducted by those two agencies. And therefore, we don't have agreement on that. Irrelevant to their present operations, because we've already appropriated money, which, by the way, none of us voted for on this side of the aisle. So we have a very substantial difference based upon our constitutional concerns that those two agencies are not acting within the strictures of the Constitution of the United States, the laws of the United States, or the norms of police activity in the United States of America. That is a legitimate and honest difference of opinion. And we ought not to hoist on the petard of the differences we have on these two agencies to preclude funding the Office of the Secretary, Federal Emergency Management Agency, the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Secret Service, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security, Transportation Security Agency, and the Science and Technology Directorate. What person of common sense sitting around the kitchen table would say, yes, we agree on those, but at a time of war, we will not give a unanimous consent to fund all of those agencies I just mentioned? Why? Because we have a legitimate difference. And by the way, that legitimate difference is supported by more than 50% of the American people. As a matter of fact, somewhere in the 60s. So I rise on this bill, which is not about this, because I would not get time to speak about it otherwise. And I think it ought to be compelling for each one of us in this body and every American citizen to be concerned that at a time of war, we are allowing difference on one segment of a bill to preclude us agreeing to the segment so critical to our domestic and international security. So I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that my Republican colleagues, and as I said, Mr. Westerman's not involved in this other than I'm speaking on his bill. But I hope the logic of what I am saying appeals to the patriotism in every one of us that we ought not to allow these agencies I have read, on which we've already voted, on which we already agree, and which the President ought to sign, because we're holding hostage all of them to the legitimate disagreement that we have on two of the agencies within this bill. Surely I don't believe the American citizens would say that's a common sense thing to do, nor do I think they would say that it was within the best interest of this country to do. And surely, as a democracy, we should not take the position, if we can't agree on one of the issues, we won't agree on any of the issues. I suggest that would be irrational. And so I rise today on behalf of the DeLauro bill, of which I'm a co-sponsor, and there's some 50 others of us who are co-sponsors, to ask that the Republicans who are in charge, who are the majority, who can make this decision, and ask them to give consent, unanimous consent, to the passage of the DeLauro bill, so that, and I will mention once again, we can fund within the Department of Homeland Security, the Secretary and the Executive Management of Homeland Security, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service, the Federal Emergency Management System, and we have big snows, big winds, big storms, crises around this country that require action for domestic security as we require international security. The Coast Guard. There's not one of us that wants to defund the Coast Guard. There's not one of us that wants Coast Guard personnel going to work and not getting paid. There's not one of us that wants the U.S. Secret Service to be working and not get paid. They got to work because we deem them essential employees, as the Coast Guard are essential employees. But under the present circumstances where we can't get unanimous consent, and I hope we can, I urge that we do, I urge my Republican colleagues to say, on this we agree, and therefore we'll move it forward and we'll send it to the President for signature, and we will pay the members of the Coast Guard, we'll pay the members of the U.S. Secret Service, we'll give emergency relief around this country from FEMA, that will pay those who are working in cybersecurity and instructive and infrastructure security agency, that we will pay the people at TSA, who all of us rely on to make sure that skies are safe. I don't think there's a member among us that would say, I don't want to pay them. I don't want that agency to be operating. Now, they are operating because they're essential, but we're not paying them. That's not right. And in any event, we all know we're going to pay them at some point in time, when hopefully sooner rather than later, we open up the authority and the funding for those agencies. We're considering suspension bills now. We expect them to get over 290 votes. And I'll be one of those 290 votes on suspension bills. Why? Because we agree. It makes sense. And there's nobody, I welcome anybody who wants to come to the floor and say, I don't think Coast Guard ought to be paid. I don't think FEMA ought to be paid. I don't think Secret Service ought to be paid. I welcome you to come to the floor. I don't think you're there. I think you do agree. Do not take hostage those employees because we have a fundamental constitutional difference. Now, by the way, you may think that, oh, well, we don't have a difference. Yes, we do. We don't believe that the two agencies we want to exempt are following the law. Now, let me quote the border czar, His name is Tom Homan. The President of the United States sent him to Minneapolis to work out bringing the confrontation in Minneapolis to a close. They knew the public was for that. But Tom Homan said this: when a court ruled that what Border Patrol was doing was inconsistent with law and Constitution, what was his response? I don't care what the judges think. I don't care. I tell my friends in the House, through you, Mr. Speaker, of course, that we all care, that we have a law enforcement officer, the czar of our border, who says, I don't care what the judges say. We are, ladies and gentlemen of this House, a nation of laws. And the laws are determined finally by the courts of our nation and ultimately by the Supreme Court. And that is why we are not prepared to vote for a bill that includes those two agencies. And why opposition to that is so hard to believe is because they're already funded, notwithstanding our disagreement. But we are going to continue to make the point. Unlike the Vice President of the United States, who said the officers who killed 2 people in Minneapolis had total immunity. Total. The Vice President of the United States. We don't agree with that. And we want to debate that. And we want to change that. We want to offer amendments. We want to have the House consider it, because I would be appalled if the whole House, on either side of the aisle, wants to have law enforcement officers who say, I don't care what the judges say. So I ask my friends, when Ms. DeLauro asked for unanimous consent to fund the agencies, I will not read them again, but they're critical. I will ask them to give their consent and pass those bills for which we have agreement. America deserves that. Frankly, our men and women in uniform in the Middle East deserve that. Our men and women in uniform who are here, who may be deployed, deserve that. More importantly, every citizen in this country and every person who is in this country deserves that we follow our Constitution and laws of our nation. We take an oath to that. Our citizens expect us to do that. I hope that as no later than tomorrow, we will pass a unanimous consent request to fund the personnel who are protecting this country in a way on which we all agree, and then move at some point in time to a legitimate discussion in this body about what CPB and ICE are doing, within or without the law, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, back to H.R. 755. This bill will provide the certainty needed to grow domestic production of minerals like lithium, graphite, copper, and many other minerals necessary for the advanced technologies that will ensure national security, energy security, and economic competitiveness. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman has yielded back his time. The Question is now, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 755 as amendment? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection to the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1945.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 442, H.R. 1945, a bill to designate the America's National Churchill Museum National Historic Landmark and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes now the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to H.R. 1945.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1945, the America's National Churchill Museum National Historic Landmark Act, sponsored by Representative Onder of Missouri. This bill recognizes a place of global consequence in the heart of small-town America, America's National Churchill Museum at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri. On March 6, 1946, on the heels of a devastating world war, Sir Winston Churchill traveled to Fulton to deliver an address that foreshadowed the next stage of America's global conflict against evil. In his now famous speech, Sinews of Peace, Churchill warned that an Iron Curtain had descended across Europe and urged a new Western alliance against the aggression of the totalitarian Soviet Union. For 5 decades, the museum in Fulton has conserved the speech's history and allowed the public to experience that pivotal moment. It is also home to a remarkable structure, the Church of St. Mary's the Virgin, Aldermanbury, a 12th century church, was transported from London to Fulton in the 1960s to commemorate Churchill's speech today. And the entire site services as a civic center of engagement and educational programming that brings to life the story and legacy of Winston Churchill. H.R. 1945 builds on that historic legacy. Representative Onder's bill would designate America's National Churchill Museum as a National Historic Landmark. In doing so, the museum will be able to enter into cooperative agreements with the National Park Service to protect historic resources and support public programming. This is a simple bill that strengthens stewardship of a unique historical site without adding to the federal estate. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1945, the America's National Churchill Museum National Historic Landmark Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1945 will designate America's National Churchill Museum as a National Historic Landmark. It would also direct the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a special resource study to determine whether the museum is eligible for inclusion in the National Park System. This museum is located on the campus of Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, where former Prime Minister Winston Churchill delivered his famous Iron Curtain speech at the outbreak of the Cold War. It contains exhibits about Churchill, his life, and his impact, all of which play a role in our story here and in London. If the museum exhibits include a continuous section of the Berlin Wall, the gymnasium where Churchill delivered the Iron Curtain speech, and the Church of St. Mary the Virgin, a historic building which survived the air raids in London during World War II and was moved to Fulton in the 1960s. These are wonderful exhibits and a truly significant historical location that is worthy of national recognition. I'm proud to support the designation of this museum as a historic landmark. However, I also want to mention my deep concern about how this administration is working to rewrite and whitewash history throughout the national park system. We must provide the Park Service with the resources and autonomy it needs to preserve, protect, and share our nation's stories. warts and all. Winston Churchill himself once famously told the House of Commons, "Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." And we cannot learn from history if we erase history. We cannot see how far we have come if we erase the things that don't fit into the current idea of the way things should be. We can't sit idly by as this administration selectively edits our country's past. I urge my colleagues to support the National Park Service in this bill and beyond. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the lead sponsor of this bill, a gentleman who can not only pronounce the Aldermanbury Church correctly, but has been to the Aldermanbury Church, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of House Resolution 1945, America's Churchill Museum National Historic Landmark Act. This legislation will formally recognize America's National Churchill Museum in Fulton, Missouri as a National Historic Landmark, a designation long overdue and deeply deserved. Nearly 80 years ago this week, in 1946, Westminster College hosted one of the most consequential speeches of the 20th century, Winston Churchill's Sinews of Peace speech, better known as the Iron Curtain speech. With President Harry Truman at his side, Churchill warned the world of the division descending over Europe. Many historians mark that moment as the beginning of the Cold War. It was also a call to defend democracy, restore alliances, and uphold freedom. To honor Churchill's words and legacy, Westminster College embarked on an extraordinary project. Rather than erecting a statue or plaque, the college acquired, transported, and reconstructed a Christopher Wren designed church from London, a building more than 900 years old. St. Mary the Virgin Aldermanbury survived the Great Fire of London in 1666, was rebuilt by Wren, and was nearly destroyed again during the Blitz of World War II. Its walls stood in ruin for 2 decades before being shipped stone by stone across the Atlantic and rebuilt in Fulton as a memorial to Churchill's leadership. This building is more than an architectural marvel. It is a symbol of resilience, partnership, and the enduring fight for freedom. Built by the British, bombed by the Germans, and rebuilt by the American Midwest, it stands as a powerful testament to our shared history and values. Over the decades, the site has continued to shape history. Presidents Reagan and Gorbachev, Prime Minister Thatcher, and other leaders have stood at Westminster College to address the world on peace, security, and democracy, using the same lectern Churchill used in 1946. The museum also houses Churchill's own annotated draft of his Iron Curtain speech, rare artifacts, and a sculpture crafted from sections of the Berlin Wall. In 1972, the museum was added to the National Register of Historic Places and was formally renamed by Congress in 2009 as America's National Churchill Museum. H.R. 1945 will elevate that recognition to the level of National Historic Landmark. This is more than a title, it is a commitment to preserve the site, support education, and honor the unique role this institution plays in telling our nation's history. In a time when we continue to grapple with challenges to freedom and democracy around the world, there is no better moment to reinforce the lessons of Churchill's call to vigilance and cooperation. I thank Chairman Westerman, the Natural Resources Committee for their support, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bill and ensure that America's National Churchill Museum receives the recognition it clearly merits as a National Historic Landmark. I yield back.
Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. The gentlewoman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The distinguished gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1945 does ensure that America's National Churchill Museum receives recognition equal to its educational impact and importance to the 20th century history. Designating the site as a National Historic Landmark will bring further prominence to this special place and allow future generations of Americans to learn about the moment that marked the start of the Cold War and the legacy of Sir Winston Churchill. I commend Representative Onder for his leadership on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this very important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. All time is yielded. The question is now, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1945? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 681 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 681, a bill to amend the Act of August 9, 1955, commonly known as the Long-Term Leasing Act, to authorize leases of up to 99 years for land held in trust for the Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe and the Wampanoag Tribe of Gayhead, Aquanon, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Morgan, Ms. Huddle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the distinguished young gentleman, chairman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to H.R. 681, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 681, introduced by Representative Keating, would authorize the Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe and the Wampanoag Tribe of Gayhead, both of Massachusetts, to lease land held in trust for up to 99 years, subject to approval by the Secretary of the Interior. Congress has long recognized that tribes need the ability to lease their lands to support housing, commercial activity, and community development. While the Indian Long-Term Leasing Act allows leasing of trust lands, longer lease terms have often required tribe-specific language. Over time, Congress has granted 99-year leasing authority to a number of tribes to accommodate long-term planning and investment. H.R. 681 simply extends that same authority to these 2 tribes in Massachusetts. The bill ensures these tribes are treated consistently with others that have already received 99-year leasing authority. By providing parity in leasing authority, H.R. 681 supports local economic planning and development and promotes fairness and opportunity for these tribal communities while maintaining federal oversight through secretarial approval. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Mr. Keating's bill to amend the Long-Term Leasing Act for the Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe and the Wampanoag Tribe of Gayhead, Aquina. Under the Long-Term Leasing Act, tribes are generally limited to lease terms of 25 years with an option to renew for an additional 25 years. This restriction, as we mentioned earlier, often has hindered economic development in Indian country where growth is essential to providing services and opportunities for tribal citizens. To address this barrier, Congress has repeatedly passed bipartisan, non-controversial bills allowing individual tribes to secure long-term leases, just as H.R. 681 seeks to do. Representative Keating's bill would authorize the Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe and the Wampanoag Tribe of Gayhead, Aquina, to enter into lease agreements for up to 99 years, providing parity with other tribes that already have that authority. Extending lease terms from 25 to 99 years will provide certainty that lenders, investors, and development partners need to make meaningful long-term investments with the tribes, helping promote economic stability and address the tribe's ongoing housing challenges. This bill respects tribal sovereignty and advances self-determination. It removes barriers to the tribe's housing and economic development efforts. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no request for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time pending close. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Oregon yields back her time. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 681 again provides equal leasing authority to the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe and the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead, aligning them with the other tribes that have already received 99-year leasing authority from Congress. I'll support H.R. 681 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back his time. The question is, and all time is yielded, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 681 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3692 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3692, a bill to reauthorize the Young Fishermen's Development Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hodel, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 3692, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3692, the Captain Accurcio Gus Sanfilippo Young Fishermen's Development Act, sponsored by Representative Moulton from Massachusetts. This bill is named after the captain of the Lily Jean, who tragically lost his life along with 6 others on board when the fishing vessel sank off the coast of Massachusetts in January. Our thoughts are with his family and the families of those who lost their lives in this terrible accident. The Young Fishermen's National Competitive Grant Program supports the training and education of the nation's next generation of commercial fishermen. The legislation would reauthorize the program through fiscal year 2031, supporting the education of America's future fishermen and competitive and sustainable American seafood economy. I support H.R. 3692, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a representative of Gloucester, Massachusetts, America's oldest seaport, I am proud to lead this critical bill to reauthorize the Young Fishermen's Development Grant Program for another 5 years. This national competitive grant program supports the training and education of the nation's next generation of commercial fishermen. Commercial fishing is at the heart of Massachusetts' identity and economy, but this legacy will not endure if we don't help the next generation get started. These grants help the industry expand and evolve. I'm proud that this money will give new opportunities to young people who are interested in working at sea and supplying our communities with fresh seafood, so we don't buy it all from unregulated fisheries overseas. This bill has been renamed the Captain Accurcio Gus Sanfilippo Young Fishermen's Development Act in honor of the captain of the fishing vessel Lily Jean. Under this program, young fishermen across New England have received critical vocational training to enter the industry, develop into competitive deckhands, and transition to the wheelhouse as captains like Gus. I would like to thank Congressman Nick Begich from Alaska for partnering on this effort and making this a strong bipartisan bill. I am proud to lead the effort with him to keep this vital program funded every year. I would also like to thank Representatives Takuda, Radewagen, and Golden for their partnership. Now I'd like to say a few words about Gus. On January 30th, 2026, the 72-foot fishing vessel Lily Jean sank roughly 25 miles off Gloucester, Massachusetts. Tragically, all 7 crew members, including Captain Sanfilippo, were lost. Gus hailed from a family of fishermen and first learned the ropes of the industry from his father, Antonino, a Sicilian immigrant who owned the St. George II. Under his father's guidance, he developed the values of hard work and perseverance and a deep respect for the sea. The lessons Antonino taught Gus remained with him throughout his life. He later purchased his own fishing vessel, the Lily Jean, named after his daughter, and carried forth his family's legacy as the next generation of Sanfilippos to fish commercially. With his beloved wife, Lori, Gus had 2 children, Lily Jean and Anthony. An adoring husband and father, he was also a father figure at sea. Captain Sanfilippo mentored countless young men and women who joined his crew, and he enjoyed teaching them essential skills such as net mending, electronics, navigation, and vessel maintenance. Most importantly, he stressed the value of teamwork and looking out for one another on the open ocean. Captain Sanfilippo took young workers under his wing, showing them not only how to succeed in the industry, but how to carry themselves with responsibility and courage. He ran a tight ship, valuing rules, structure, and safety. He took great pride in his role as captain and was, above all else, courageous and selfless. Captain Sanfilippo is currently being considered posthumously for a Mariner's Medal in recognition of his historic rescues of multiple fishing vessels in distress. As a father, he led by example with kindness, patience, steady guidance, integrity, and a generous heart. As a captain, he shared the same values with the young members of his crew. I am so proud to rename the Young Fishermen's Development Act on behalf of Captain Accurcio Gus Sanfilippo. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3692 will reauthorize the Young Fishermen's Development Act through fiscal year 2031, ensuring the next generation of commercial fishermen has the support they need to enter and sustain careers in this vital industry. The Young Fishermen's Development Grant Program addresses challenges by providing competitive grants of up to $200,000 to support training, education, and technical assistance programs. Since its implementation, the program has delivered nearly $2 million in direct support to workforce training programs nationwide, successfully lowering the barriers to entry and enabling practical apprenticeship programs. This bipartisan legislation maintains the $2 million annual authorization and is supported by Democrats and Republicans in both chambers of Congress. I have the honor to represent 2/3 of the Oregon coast, and commercial fishing is a very, very important part of our community and our traditions. So I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 3692 and investing in the future of America's commercial fishing industry. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. Does the gentleman wish to close?
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, again, this bill promotes continued investment in both the next generation of American fishermen and the American seafood industry as a whole. I commend my friend, Mr. Moulton, for bringing this forward. I support his bill, H.R. 3692, and yield back the balance of my time.
All time is yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3692 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S723.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 723, an act to require the Bureau of Indian Affairs to process and complete all mortgage packages associated with residential and business mortgages on Indian land by certain deadlines and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hodel, are each given 20 minutes to control the time. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on S-723, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
S-723, the Tribal Trust Land Home Ownership Act of 2025, sponsored by Senate Majority Leader Thune, would establish firm timelines for the Bureau of Indian Affairs to review and approve residential and business mortgage applications on tribal trust land. This bill also increases transparency and accountability in the mortgage review process and modernizes outdated systems that have contributed to delays. Because trust land is held by the United States on behalf of tribes and tribal members, mortgages on that land require approval from the Bureau of Indian Affairs before they can close. While current law provides review timelines for certain leasehold and rights-of-way mortgages, there is no statutory deadline for trust land mortgages. As a result, applicants and lenders have faced prolonged uncertainty. Reports have highlighted cases in which borrowers waited more than a year for the required title status reports, creating significant barriers to homeownership and business development in Indian country. These delays can discourage lenders and limit access to capital in communities that already face housing shortages and economic challenges. S-723 addresses these concerns by setting enforceable timelines for BIA review, requiring notice to lenders and a report to Congress, supporting the digitization of records, improving access to information, and creating a realty ombudsman to help resolve issues. By reducing delay and uncertainty, this bill makes it easier for tribes and tribal members to secure financing for homes and businesses. I commend Senator Thune and Representative Dusty Johnson for their leadership on this issue and for working to improve housing and economic opportunity in Indian country. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Tribal Trust Land Home Ownership Act would codify existing Bureau of Indian Affairs procedures for reviewing and processing mortgage packages on Indian lands. The bill seeks to improve access to home ownership in tribal communities. Home ownership rates in tribal communities continue to lag behind the national average, due in part to an administrative delays in the federal review process. In Oregon, state lawmakers have worked to address this challenge by creating a flexible grant program that tribes can use to address their own local housing needs. But it's still the federal responsibility to provide sufficient resources. Years of underfunding and understaffing at the BIA have reduced agency capacity and slowed down the review and approval of mortgage and leasing packages. Given the urgent housing needs in Indian country, it is essential that the BIA conduct these reviews in an efficient and timely manner. S-723 would help expedite the mortgage review and processing procedures and ultimately help promote tribal ownership. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the lead sponsor of the House companion to this bill, the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Dusty Johnson.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, S-723, is identical to a bill that I had introduced here in the House, H.R. 2130. It made its way through the Natural Resources Committee, had hearing. I'm very thankful to the chair and the ranking member of that committee. Passed out of committee unanimously. This is a strong piece of common sense legislation. So what does it do? Well, first off, we know that our country is facing a housing affordability crisis. In Indian country, it's even worse. This legislation addresses specific and solvable problems that contribute to this problem on tribal land. And frankly, it's hard to understand what a big problem this is in Indian country. People can't get their hands on the proper mortgage documents. Because today, mortgages on tribal trust land, whether they're residential or commercial, must be reviewed and approved by BIA before they can be finalized. Now, the BIA has established timelines for that process, but those timelines are rarely met, and that contributes to serious delay. Native Americans living on tribal trust land, as a result, face a reduced opportunity, a reduced access to home ownership, to that piece of the American dream. Now, off-reservation accessing documents like title records, that can be done in minutes. And insurance policies can often be issued in just a few weeks. But on tribal trust land, that same process is not completed in a few weeks. It often takes a few months, and in some instances has taken as long as a year. In a year, that sale can fall apart. A family ready to buy a home should not have to wait months because of bureaucratic inefficiencies. When the BIA fails to do its work in a timely manner, it is families and lenders and the marketplace that pay the price. The South Dakota Native Home Ownership Coalition told me of a scenario where they went to the BIA offices to try to find out how they could expedite these processes. As a part of that meeting, they discovered that 25 mortgage-related documents were stalled on the desk of the BIA agency superintendent. Mr. Speaker, that's 25 families, businesses, individuals whose futures were unnecessarily delayed because of bureaucratic inefficiency. What a profound, what an unnecessary harm. And so this legislation does, as the chairman said, it improves transparency and accountability. It establishes clear timelines. And importantly, it does not undermine tribal sovereignty or in any way weaken the federal trust responsibility. It simply makes sure that this process functions as intended. I've been proud to partner with Senator John Thune, who has expertly guided this through the Senate. And I'm particularly grateful to the South Dakota Native Home Ownership Coalition. They have done incredible work advocating for this solution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support the Tribal Trust Land Home Ownership Act, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back time. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, S723 promotes certainty, accountability, and transparency in the trust land mortgage process. By establishing clear timelines and modernizing mortgage administration, the bill removes unnecessary barriers to homeownership and business development for tribal communities. I thank my colleague from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, for leading the House campaign to this legislation and the entire South Dakota delegation for their coordinated effort on this important issue. I urge passage of S723 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. All his time is yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 723? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The gentleman requests the yeas and the nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4386 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 385, H.R. 4386, a bill to amend the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act to clarify entrance privileges for vehicles with respect to the America the Beautiful Interagency Pass.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hodel, will now control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 4386, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection. Gentleman's
Mr. Speaker, I
recognized.
yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in strong support of Chairman Walberg's America the Beautiful Motorcycle Fairness Act, a common-sense bill that restores fairness and clarity for the millions of Americans who travel to our national parks and public lands every year by motorcycle. For years, annual entrance passes to our national parks allowed entry for one vehicle and its passengers, or for motorcycles, 2 bikes traveling together. This arrangement was practical, predictable, and reflected how riders actually experience our federal lands. Yet in 2024, the Biden administration unilaterally reversed that long-standing policy and restricted coverage to just one motorcycle per pass. This placed unnecessary financial burdens on riders, discouraging motorcyclists from recreating on public lands while offering no benefit to park operations. This change also hurt gateway communities, as motorcycle tourism is a key driver of many small rural economies. Last year, President Trump and Secretary Burgum overturned this decision, restoring access to 2 motorcycles per entrance pass ahead of our nation's 250th anniversary celebrations this year. This bill simply codifies that decision and restores what worked. By permanently codifying the traditional 2 motorcycles per pass standard, the legislation ensures parity for motorcyclists and restores long-term affordable access to our nation's most iconic landscapes. In doing so, this bill directly supports the goals of President Trump's executive orders on celebrating America's 250th birthday and making America beautiful again by improving our national parks. Keeping our parks welcoming and accessible while improving the visitor experience should be a goal that we all strive for. I commend Chairman Walberg for his hard work on this America the Beautiful Motorcycle Fairness Act, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The America the Beautiful Pass is an annual interagency pass that covers entry fees to over 2,000 recreational sites across the country. In 2024, an update to the pass program had the unintentional effect of reducing the number of motorcycle riders covered under a single pass from 2 motorcycles to 1. H.R. 4386 reverses that unintended consequence and reestablishes a fair policy for motorcyclists, allowing one America the Beautiful pass to cover the entry for a second motorcycle and its guests. This bill corrects a bureaucratic error and improves public access to federal recreation sites. I do have concerns that this administration is unnecessarily politicizing the America the Beautiful Pass by putting an image of the president directly on the pass. Federal law requires a competition open to the public to determine the image used on the pass, which has traditionally showcased America's landscape or wildlife. These popular and nonpartisan passes should celebrate our shared natural and cultural heritage, not prop up political leaders. I want to thank my colleague from Michigan and co-chair of the Congressional Motorcycle Caucus, Representative Walberg, for his work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 4386 and to support access to recreation on our public lands. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the lead sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Michigan, Chairman Walberg.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Chairman Westerman for yielding me the time and for his leadership in bringing this legislation to the floor. As a lifelong motorcycle rider, it's a privilege to be here today and to speak in support of my legislation, the America the Beautiful Motorcycle Fairness Act, which will ensure fair access to our nation's national parks and public lands for motorcyclists. Historically, the America the Beautiful Pass has permitted entry for one non-commercial passenger vehicle with multiple passengers, 2 motorcycles, or a group of bicyclists accompanying one pass holder. However, in 2024, the Biden administration changed this policy, I believe to unfairly restrict access for motorcycles to 1 bike per pass instead of 2. Thankfully, President Trump and Secretary Burgum have restored common sense, and in November, they announced the America the Beautiful pass would once again allow for entry for 2 bikes per pass. As America celebrates its 250th birthday, we can ensure motorcycle enthusiasts from across the country have access to our nation's national parks. These most magnificent places are testaments to America's greatness and the majestic landscapes that stretch across our great nation. By restoring parity for motorcycle riders, we'll expand access opportunities, strengthen the local economies that depend on tourism as well, and allow our fellow Americans to explore our historic landmarks in the best way possible on 2 wheels in the open air. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentlewoman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I again thank Chairman Walberg for his leadership on behalf of millions of American motorcyclists who will benefit from the America the Beautiful Motorcycle Fairness Act. Whether people choose to access our public lands by car, bicycle, motorcycle, or on foot, the price you pay at the gate should not be a barrier to entry. Chairman Walberg's bill makes our national parks and public lands more affordable, encourages greater motorcycle tourism, and restores common sense parity for millions of motorcycle enthusiasts. Before I close, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 4386, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. All time has been yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4386? Those in favor, as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. First, does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4307, the Enhancing Detection of Human Trafficking Act.
Clerk, does the gentleman call for the bill as amended?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. For the purposes H.R. 4307 as amended, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 433, H.R. 4307, a bill to direct the Secretary of Labor to train certain employees of the Department of Labor how to effectively detect and assist law enforcement in preventing human trafficking during the course of their official duties and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 4307.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may
Gentleman is
consume.
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4307, the Enhancing Detection of Human Trafficking Act, and would like to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Lucy McBath, for her partnership on this important legislation. In my time on the Education Workforce Committee, I've come to the realization that the Department of Labor employees have a frontline view to detect patterns of human trafficking and labor exploitation. This is where my bill, H.R. 4307, comes into play. Specifically, this legislation directs DOL to educate appropriate staff in how to effectively detect instances of human trafficking, ensure personnel receive regularly information on current trends and best practices, and establish a clear course of action for referring suspected instances of human trafficking to law enforcement. In other words, it turns DOL employees into an early warning system against human trafficking. One of the greatest obstacles in the fight against human trafficking is a lack of awareness. Too often, visible signs of human trafficking go unnoticed or unreported simply because individuals lack proper training. By arming these employees with critical information on how to identify potential trafficking situations, we can strengthen our ability to intervene quickly and efficiently to hold traffickers accountable and protect those who are most vulnerable. I'm proud to say that last Congress, this legislation passed with overwhelming bipartisan support with a vote of 407 to 0. Protecting more people from falling victim to the scourge of human trafficking is not political. I urge my colleagues to put an end to this modern-day slavery and to vote yes on H.R. 4307. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The distinguished gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4307, the Enhancing Detection of Human Trafficking Act. This bipartisan bill is led by the gentleman from Michigan, Chairman Wahlberg, and the gentlelady from Georgia, Representative Lucy McBath. It directs the Department of Labor, the Secretary of the Department of Labor, to develop and implement effective training to ensure that the Department of Labor enforcement personnel continues to be educated on identifying and responding to human trafficking. It also ensures that the Department of Labor employees are aware of how to refer potential cases of human trafficking to the Department of Justice and other appropriate authorities, and it requires a new annual report to Congress on the Department of Labor's trafficking prevention efforts, which will help guide the committee's future oversight efforts. Department of Labor's worker protection agencies play an essential role in enforcing federal labor standards, ensuring workers are paid what they've been promised by their employers, and protecting health and safety at the workplace. Adequate training ensures that investigators are equipped to recognize red flags such as confiscated identification documents, withheld wages, restricted movements, threats, coercion, and other indicators of forced labor. These efforts should be appropriately funded, and the Department of Labor must continue to play a key role in fighting human trafficking. Wage and hour investigators are often on the front lines and may be the only federal officials in a position to encounter workers trapped in exploitative conditions. Unfortunately, President Trump's fiscal 2026 budget request proposed cutting funding for the Wage and Hour Division by nearly 10% and reducing staffing by roughly 250 employees for non-H-1B activities. Over the course of the past decade, the number of wage and hour staff have fallen from a little over 1,400 in fiscal year 17 to just under 1,200 in fiscal year 25. An 18% decline, even as wage and hour division has tracked a 150% increase in child labor violations over the same period. So it is critical to follow up this authorization with additional funding, because without the additional funding, this bill could result in even fewer resources available for the department to carry out the core missions, because it imposes additional burdens on agency staff. Additional funding could allow the department to continue the core functions and fulfill the responsibilities outlined in the bill. No one should be forced to work under threats, abuse, or intimidation. This legislation recognizes the essential role that the Department of Labor and worker protection agencies play in protecting vulnerable workers and holding traffickers accountable. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the bipartisan proposal, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to yield 2 minutes to a great member of the Education Workforce Committee, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Gentleman's recognized 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, for introduction, and also I'm very happy and pleased to be a co-sponsor of this measure. Now, as we know, human trafficking is a modern-day slavery, Mr. Speaker, and traffickers abuse and exploit millions of victims, especially children, girls, and women, all for commercial gain. This is a serious problem around the globe, Mr. Speaker, and even here at home. We must do more to raise awareness for this crime. Now, the U.S. Department of Labor is on the front line of detecting human trafficking. In 2024, the National Human Trafficking Hotline's data show that there were 21,865 victims, and that's only what we know was reported. 1 in 6 endangered runaways are likely victims of child sex trafficking. We have a moral and ethical obligation to empower federal agencies to prevent, detect, and address this horrific crimes. This bipartisan commission's common sense bill raises awareness of human trafficking and establishes effective and timely educational programs to train Department of Labor personnel. This bill establishes a framework for employees to assist law enforcement, requires reports to Congress on the scope of the issue, and ensures U.S. DOL personnel have the tools they need to detect forced labor and sexual exploitation when they investigate labor law violations. Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote for this measure to help address, prevent, and crack down on this terrible practice. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Michigan now has the close. The gentleman from Virginia has yielded his time back. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close. I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, this legislation and the policies it supports have been important to me for quite some time. That's because behind every statistic is a name, a face, and a heartbroken family. Human trafficking doesn't just rob these individuals of their dignity, it robs them of their future. Department of Labor personnel already interact with workplaces, review labor conditions, and identify irregularities. H.R. 4307 ensures that when red flags appear, they are recognized for what they are and acted upon swiftly and responsibly. The earlier they can intervene, the greater the chance we have to stop exploitation before it becomes prolonged abuse. That proactive approach is both compassionate and common sense. This approach also utilizes resources and tools already in place. It supports law enforcement without expanding government unnecessarily. And it honors taxpayers by making better use of the workforce we already have. H.R. 4307 better arms DOL employees to disrupt criminal enterprises and uphold justice. But most importantly, it helps bring victims back home to safety. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back his time. All time now is yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4307 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6392, the Homeschool Graduation Recognition Act, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 419, H.R. 6392, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to recognize students who have completed secondary school education in a homeschool setting as high school graduates and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, are each will control 20 minutes. The gentleman from the chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to extort extraneous material on H.R. 63.
Without objection.
I yield my such time as I may
Gentleman's
consume.
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every student deserves to have their hard work recognized. Unfortunately, many homeschool students faced unjust barriers when applying to college simply because they did not attend a traditional school. On average, homeschoolers do remarkably well, better than their public school peers on tests. Yet for some reason, colleges arbitrarily and unfairly subject homeschool students to additional hoops like taking a GED exam to prove they are fit for admission. The Homeschool Graduation Recognition Act sends a clear and simple message to colleges and universities. Homeschool students are just as qualified to attend college as any other high school graduate. The Homeschool Graduation Recognition Act also reaffirms House Republicans' commitment to expand educational opportunity and school choice for American families. As chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'm grateful to serve alongside members like Congressman Harris, who are eager to sponsor legislation that empowers students of all ages on their respective educational journey. I'm glad to have the opportunity today to stand up for homeschoolers and against the needless discrimination they face in college application processes. Today we have a chance to stand up for homeschool students and families who have transformed kitchen tables into significant classrooms. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6392, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6392, the Homeschool Graduation Recognition Act. The bill reinstates and clarifies present law to make clear that homeschool students are eligible for federal student aid so that they can pursue higher education. Under the Higher Education Act, students who complete a homeschool program recognized under their state's law qualified for Title IV aid, including Pell Grants and federal student loans. Each state sets its own requirements for the education of homeschool students. The HEA confirms that homeschoolers must meet their state's eligibility requirements to receive federal student aid if educated at home according to those state rules. HEA does allow schools to set their admission standards for students, including those educated at home, but no homeschool student should be denied federal higher education assistance just because they do not technically have a regular high school diploma. This bill clarifies that eligibility if they've qualified under their state laws. I do urge my colleagues to support the bill and its efforts to clarify the laws to ensure students access to higher education. Of course, that being said, the bill may clarify some students' right to federal student aid, but the action does not go far enough to mitigate the damage done since the Trump administration came in about a year ago. By illegally dismantling much of the Department of Education, firing critical federal financial aid staff, and limiting access to federal aid in the big ugly law, the Trump administration has only put higher education further out of reach for many. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to yield 3 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from North Carolina and a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Harris.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Wahlberg, for your incredible leadership, and so grateful for this bill. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that federal law actually refers to students who have completed their homeschool education as, and I quote, students who are not high school graduates? Mr. Speaker, strangely enough, it does. While most colleges eagerly admit and help homeschool students secure financial aid, some compliance-minded schools point to this language as a reason to make homeschooled applicants jump through extra hoops to prove that their diploma is worth the same as that of their public or private school peers. This language makes it seem like the homeschooled student is not eligible for student aid as they are going through the application process. This might seem like a small problem to fix, but it represents a real burden for the students and families who are impacted by it. Mr. Speaker, a diploma is a diploma, whether it was earned in a classroom or at a kitchen table. My bill makes one simple but critically important clarification to fix this problem once and for all. It states plainly that a homeschooler who earns a diploma recognized under state law is a high school graduate. If a student has lawfully completed their education, the federal government must recognize them as a high school graduate when determining eligibility for federal student aid. Today's vote is about honoring the constitutional role of the states and parents in education. Federal agencies or college admissions offices can no longer use unclear statutory language to undermine state-recognized diplomas. For decades, millions of American families have chosen to educate their children at home. In fact, nearly 3 million students today are receiving quality education in a homeschool setting, guided by devoted parents who take their responsibility seriously to prepare the next generation for success. In my home state of North Carolina alone, more than 165,000 students are homeschooled under authority and recognition of state law. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the Homeschool Legal Defense Association for their steadfast advocacy and for all they do to ensure homeschool students are protected under the law. Their work has been instrumental in bringing clarity to this issue. I also want to thank our Senate co-leader, Senator Ashley Moody, for standing with families and leading this effort in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense clarification. Homeschool graduates are high school graduates. They deserve to be treated as such under federal law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves this time. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6392 because the bill makes it clear that homeschool graduates have access to higher education. By further clarifying the intent of the Higher Education Act, this bill would ensure that students who complete a high school program recognized under their state's law can qualify for Title IV aid, including Pell Grants and federal student loans. Fortunately, this bill will help ensure that these students can access an affordable, high-quality degree, while this action taken by this body is reducing and denying aid to others. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we pass the bill, and thank you, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back his time. Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and ranking member for his support of this legislation as well. Homeschool graduates are graduates. Plain and simple, they should not be penalized because their families chose a learning environment that met their specific needs and actually goes back to the beginning of time. That's why we must pass H.R. 6392, the Homeschool Graduation Recognition Act, and tell colleges that it's completely unnecessary to subject homeschool graduates to needless exams to prove they have in fact graduated. I'm proud to do my part in removing these roadblocks and helping more students pursue higher education. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6392, the Homeschool Graduation Recognition Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. All time is now yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6392, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6472, Territorial Student Access to Higher Education Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 421, H.R. 6472, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to provide for in-state tuition rates for certain residents of Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, and the United States Virgin Islands, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 6472.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6472, sponsored by Congressman James Moylan of Guam, which allows residents of U.S. territories to access in-state tuition at public universities across the U.S. I'm proud to rise in support of H.R. 6472, which ensures students of the U.S. territories of Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, and the U.S. Virgin Islands receive in-state tuition at public universities across the country. I'm pleased that all the representatives from each U.S. territory are original co-sponsors of the bill and that it receives strong bipartisan support in the committee markup. Under H.R. 6472, public post-secondary institutions will be required to offer in-state tuition rates to residents of U.S. territories. Through this bill, a student from Guam would pay the same tuition at a public university just as any in-state student. And this isn't a novel idea. Under current law, service members and their families already receive in-state tuition rates, creating new pathways for more Americans to get high-quality educations at a competitive cost. But H.R. 6472 doesn't just help students. It helps the territories, too. After graduation, students can return home with advanced degrees and credentials they can reinvest back into their homes and local economies. This isn't just an investment in our students, it's an investment in the economic strength of American territories. Students can contribute their newfound expertise to help develop new industries and drive economic development. That investment also strengthens American national security. As competition with our adversaries like China intensify in the Pacific and drug trafficking continues in South and Central America, we must ensure our territories have the infrastructure and brainpower needed to promote a strong national security posture in the region. Last year, we passed the Working Families Tax Cuts, which included some of the most conservative reforms to higher education in decades, massively lowering costs and helping create new pathways for students to chase the American dream. We now have a chance to build off that success of the Working Families Tax Cuts and lower post-secondary education costs for U.S. residents in U.S. territories so they can continue supporting our vital military operations. As chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I look forward to passing H.R. 6472 and supporting these, our territories. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6472, which would amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to provide for in-state tuition rates for certain residents of Guam, the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, and the United States Virgin Islands. I support this initiative in principle because we cannot ignore the needs of these states. But we also should not ignore that states and public colleges set their own tuition rates based on state budgets and priorities. When this bill was marked up in committee, Democrats proposed an amendment to require the federal government to foot the bill for these costs instead of the public colleges themselves. This approach has a similar goal to the District of Columbia Tuition Assistance Grant, the DC TAG program, which provides federal funding for DC residents to help pay the difference between the higher out-of-state tuition and the lower in-state tuition at public universities across the country. The DC TAG program was established because Washington, D.C. does not have an adequate number of public universities. The territories involved in this bill face a similar challenge. Most of the territories do not have a robust public university system that offers a variety of majors for students to choose from. Regrettably, the full committee did not agree to this amendment to provide federal funding. And so while I support the bill because we must ensure that all students have access to low tuition college education, I still have concerns about the funding mechanism. It is the federal government's responsibility to bear the cost of this mandate rather than shift it to the states, which are already facing financial strain. Further, while I appreciate my colleagues' interest in expanding college access and affordability for students from these territories, I would be remiss if I overlooked the fact that congressional Republicans made it harder for these same students to afford colleges. That's because of cuts to the Pell Grant program, changes to loan limits, and elimination of affordable loan repayment plans enacted in their big, ugly law. Nevertheless, I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Guam, the sponsor of the bill and a great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Moylan.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my good friend, Chairman Walberg. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Guam students and strongly urge my colleagues to vote for my bill, H.R. 6472. This bill delivers a targeted approach to make college more affordable, strengthen workforce pipelines, and support critical national security efforts in the U.S. territories. H.R. 6472 provides tuition rate guarantees to U.S. nationals who live in Guam, CNMI, American Samoa, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. High costs associated with education in states, not ability, limit educational opportunities for students in the territories. None of our islands have doctorate, law, or medical degree programs. Lack of access to these programs leads to workforce shortages in critical sectors. Lowering barriers to access will lead to greater capacity and building in the territories. Some examples of past folks are Honorable Peter Seguenza, who attended California State University and returned home after law school to become Guam's first Chief Justice. Then there was the late Dr. Chris Paris, who went to UC San Francisco, who came home to be a good doctor for the island. And there was our first president of the University of Guam, Dr. Antonio Yamashita, who attended the University of North Carolina. We currently have leaders on our island, such as Dr. Enriquez, who's the president of our University of Guam. She attended the University of Maryland. We also have Dr. Uggan, who attended the University of Hawaii and is now running our Guam Medical Hospital. And our governor, Lou Leon Guerrero, attended UCLA. Every doctor and lawyer in Guam studied elsewhere, returned home, and has made an incredible impact on our community. This bill is about empowering our residents to seek degrees that we need to put in.
30 seconds.
Gentleman is extended 30 seconds.
To seek degrees that we need to put in that are not available at home, and to return home our students to strengthen our communities. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill and our students in our community. Thank you.
The gentleman chooses to reserve his time. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support, and I also want to thank the ranking member for yielding time. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6472, the Territorial Student Access to Higher Education Act. Mr. Speaker, since my first term in Congress, expanding access to higher education for students from the United States territories has been a priority. Today, I'm proud that the House is considering meaningful bipartisan legislation to address this issue. I want to point out that the United States' small territories face unique geographic and economic challenges. Small populations, remote locations, constrained local economics and economies make it difficult for residents to pursue specialized training or many degrees close to home. Students from small territories who seek degrees or majors not available locally must attend college on the mainland. And that's a reason why Puerto Rico is not included in this legislation. Puerto Rico has multiple universities on that island. In the smaller territories, however, we do not. For example, in the Virgin Islands, we do not offer degree programs for engineering, economics, international relations, French, or history, to name a few. For many of our students, cost, not ability, is what prevents them from earning a degree. The lack of access to higher education limits workforce development, economic growth, and long-term stability in the territories, as discussed by the chairman. Our brain drain is exponentially greater due to our isolated location. This legislation directly addresses this challenge. H.R. 6472 amends the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require public colleges and universities receiving federal funds to charge eligible small territory residents no more than in-state tuition rates. And as you heard from Ranking Member Scott, there is no cost presently in this legislation to the federal government's budget. By removing this barrier, we reduce families' financial burden, expand access to programs unavailable on the islands, and strengthen the workforce pipelines that territorial economies depend on to sustain their future. I'm deeply grateful to Congressman Moylan, to Congresswoman Radewagen, Congresswoman King-Hines, as well as Congressman Hernandez for co-sponsorship and partnership. And I especially want to thank Chairman Tim Walberg, as well as Ranking Member Bobby Scott of the House Committee on Education and Workforce for their bipartisan leadership in moving this legislation through the committee. Mr. Speaker, the residents of the United States territories serve in this nation's armed forces, pay federal taxes, are bound by its laws. They are American citizens in every sense of the word. Federal support for access for multiple degrees in higher education should extend to all of us. This bill does that without being a burden on the federal government's budget. I ask all members to vote in favor of H.R. 6417, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back his time. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As President Trump said in the State of the Union address last week, America's military is the strongest in the world, but we continue to have enemies around every corner of the globe who would like to undermine our power. That's why H.R. 6472 is so important. This bill ensures residents of U.S. territories receive vital workforce training and the skills as our U.S. military continues to operate out of these critical geographical outposts. The Working Families Tax Cuts were a strong step in lowering costs for students and borrowers. Now we're continuing these efforts and supporting our military and our territories. As chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'm steadfast in my commitment to reducing college costs and opening up workforce pipelines. I want to thank Congressman Moylan again for sponsoring this legislation and helping expand educational opportunities for residents of U.S. territories. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. All time is now yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6472 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested, and those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number has been written. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Iran that was declared on March 15, 1995 is to continue in effect beyond March 15, 2026. The actions and policies of the government of Iran continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 12957 with respect to Iran and to maintain and enforce comprehensive sanctions against Iran to respond to this threat. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, March 2nd, 2026.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The questions on the motion to adjourn, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.